We are live. Live, not the way I wanted to be, but we are live. Let's see. Hey, Beauty, Staffy, Rosen's here, big child. So, I'm having tech problems that I don't think I can fix quickly. So I thought I would just go live. We can hang out for a bit, and then I'll try to figure out what the problem is. But Doug is here. Oh no, Muty, you made a terrible mistake. Because if it's any consolation, I saw Eric about an hour ago, and I left Nile Rodgers for me. Oh no, I feel terrible. I hope Eric Abadu was awesome, though. Hey, Q Square. How's everything work with the car or van? Well, my first things arrived today. I thought they weren't going to arrive till Monday. Yeah, the insulation for the walls and ceiling arrived, and so I'm waiting for the floor insulation material, and then yeah. So theoretically, am I just talking quiet, or is it mic really quiet? I guess I'm just talking real quiet. I'm having a weird, I hope it's all related, but it's having some weird OS 10 issues. So I guess I need to reinstall the operating system. I've had, I don't know, I've been very fortunate. I've had extremely few Mac problems, many PC problems, but very few Mac, but I guess it's time. Someday I'll start shows with shirts that aren't totally wrinkled. See, I change my shirt just for the show, usually, because I realize that it's a shirt I don't want to wear on stream, or it's, the same color as the day before. Well, I guess we're spreading out shows, so that's not an issue. It used to be. He says, I go to North Sea Jazz every year if I can, but since I know about music more, this was one of the best experiences later. That's awesome. Really got new love for the groove stuff. That's awesome. It's funny. I might be sending a lot of money to the Netherlands, Muty. The sort of most respected name, it seems, in van electrical is Victron, and they're I guess, am I right? I think they're in the Netherlands. So I'm sure a tiny fraction of a penny of a fraction of a penny of many tiny fraction will impact your life in some way. Because Victron will have to pay taxes on, the income they make from me, and that'll go to your government, and it'll go to fix roads or the transit, who knows. I mean, this is going to be a shell company. How's everyone doing? I'm sorry, it looks like I won't be able to do a normal show. But I hope y'all are having a good Saturday. Hope y'all will hang out for a little bit. Who knows? Maybe I'll have some brainchild. What's the tech problem? Well, I've been having issues with the OS 10 not restarting properly, and then I tried to start Tubi, and Tubi was unable to write. Tubi writes to files. I have a lot of functionality where Tubi writes the file for other programs to do something with whatever Tubi wrote to the file. And Tubi's lost its ability to write to files, which means Tubi cannot send or well, maybe Tubi can receive, but Tubi can't send messages. Tubi can't update anything. I don't even know how many things. Off the top of my head, it's hard to even quantify the number of things. So yeah, so I was doing my show prep, and I get all these events. Tubi could not write this file. Tubi could not write this file. This file. So I restarted, and I was hoping that would fix it, but it did not. So, but hopefully it's related to just the general OS issues. I did restart everything, yeah, Doug, yeah. Yeah. Is that why Tubi's laying face down in shame? Yeah. 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 Someday, the only thing that's going to need to work is the camera and the broadcasting software. That's it. Someday I'll simplify what I do to that level. Flip on the camera. Doug says I'm out of suggestions. I mean, that's a good suggestion. Yeah, it's amazing how many computer problems can be solved with that restart. Hey, Hellbreath, how you doing? Says, I hear, what'd you write? I hear, with a 44-month sub, so I hear this is where all the cool kids hang out. It's good to see you, Hellbreath. Thank you. Thanks for the resub. So says, what about jiggling the cables? Yeah, I know, I wish. I could jiggle the whole computer. To me! Yeah. So yeah, after stream, I'll reinstall the operating. I'll go into recovery mode. I guess I've actually never done this before. I suppose you can do this without erasing your whole computer, right? On a Mac, it makes me scared, but I have a time machine backup, theoretically. I guess I'll try to back up other things that are critical before I do anything crazy. He says, should we go just chatting? In the meantime, I want to practice my troll wording skills. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's stay in music. I mean, well, I think when we're in the van, we'll have to brave the just chatting, because I don't know. I mean, I've been streaming long enough. I've had troll experience, but so it wasn't. Does if we stay in music, you have to occasionally play a little something like kazoo or melodica? Yeah. Okay. How about I just shake the tambourine? How about this? I don't even know where the tambourine is. Oh, I know. Every once in a while. Stavis, at least you weren't tired at the end of the show and read the message or anything. Oh, did I get trolled on something I repeated? I mean, I thought did I say one of the messages that was, and I didn't realize it? I mean, it became pretty apparent pretty quickly that they were trolls. You know? Oh, you're saying it. We said it. We said it out loud. Yeah. There we go. There we go. That would make the troll worse. Yeah. I mean, it was fine. I mean, I needed to end anyway, so it was you know, it was just as well. And if I hadn't needed to end, just would have, you know, you ban and then you move on. I mean, that's the number one thing to, you know, with trolls is as soon as you interact, they've won. You know, I see these streamers engage, and you know, some streamers are doing it, and that's part of the show, right? But there are some streamers who do not want trolls, and they engage and they try to give a lecture or something. They've lost at that moment. They've lost. It's over. Trolls won. Hey, Rosen, yeah, that I'm so I can be in the music category. Media says you can cringe us of our pun titles, but all that punning as you so prepare for those trolls. You're like a black belt of weird names and innuendos. Yeah, y'all have definitely prepared me more for it for sure than I would have been otherwise. Yeah. When was that? Was that Saturday or that was last week? Was it two? I forget when that was. Yeah. I'm so exhausted from doing research and learning. I realized there was a problem with my build design. I'm gonna post episode 8 of Tommy. Well, I thought it was posted by today, but hopefully by next Saturday. And I'm just gonna leave in the version that was true when I created it, you know. But by the time it gets released, it'll be a lot of it. Well, not, but some significant things will have changed. It's so tricky in a small space, a little tiny small space, because you change one thing and it has this ripple effect that impacts all these other things. Me says Saturday because it was on show with the badly duck translation. Rose says, I know it's just been Tubi modding. Other trolls, yeah. Other mods, yeah. Yeah, honestly, my challenge with the modding is I'm in this catch-22 in a way, in that we have a very small community and there's a lot of people who are regulars who I think would be great mods, but if we have too many mods in chat, that can be very off-putting to new viewers, which there are basically none. So maybe I shouldn't worry about that. But you know, I think for some new viewers, if they go into a channel that's small and everybody's a mod, it seems like everybody's in chat is a mod. So I'm not sure what to do. Like, it would be very easy if we suddenly had 100 viewers, or you know, we have a great small community of people who've been here a long time who would be great mods immediately. So that's my dilemma. And 99% of the time we don't really need mods for the discipline side of being a mod, right? I think the best value of mods ultimately, is mods are community builders and welcome and all that. But our community is so close knit at this point. I feel like everybody is really great at welcoming new people and doing that, right? So yeah. Roses still need a nitpick. Well, the episode still is not. It needs to. There's still lots of filming that needs to be done. Yeah, yeah. I filmed the boring part. The stuff I don't like. I've gotten that part done. No, I don't like Tommy Pneumatic. I've gotten the Tommy Pneumatic stuff filmed, but I need to film the Suddenly Penguin and all that stuff. Lee Giles says maybe some regulars have alternative accounts can be modded. Yeah, I thought about something where Tubi could be sort of whispered, a command to time out somebody or ban somebody. But fortunately it's so rare. I mean, I've done 1,000 shows, and I feel like I mean, obviously there's more stuff when we were on Front Page, but outside of Front Page shows, I feel like there's only been less than 10 times when we've had a coordinated, where it was multiple people or one person with multiple accounts. Who knows what it was. Roses, maybe you ought to try playing a game every once in a while, branch out a little. Yeah, I mean, I think it's even harder for gamers. It's yeah, and my heart wouldn't be in it, and I I don't know that I'd be very charismatic. So is Tommy a character? Tommy is sort of a character, right? Because I mean, any time you put anybody on camera, they're a character, right? I mean, there's a fiction. To me, filmmaking is inherently fictional, even if it's talking about real people. Even if you're interviewing a real person, right? The camera is as soon as it's edited, and even if it's not edited, but especially if it's edited, it's selective, right? So when you see all these YouTube bloggers, they're extremely selective as what they're showing in most cases. Even if it seems like they're exposing their vulnerabilities, there's still, when you can choose to expose your vulnerability, that's very different than someone else exposing your vulnerability. So in that sense, I think that every blogger, every vlogger, it's a character no matter what. It might be very, very, very close to who they are in real life, but ultimately it's a character because you're only seeing a very limited viewpoint that is controlled by the... So in that sense, yes, I would say Tommy's a character, and obviously when Tommy's interacting with Tubi, it's fictional, right? But Tommy is also the more vlogging aspect of and I'm just not as interested in reality. But I recognize that it's an important way to frame what I'm doing. especially in terms of sort of making, hopefully, Tommy being an invitation to check out this. But yeah, I'm just not as interested in that as I am in fiction and in very deliberate fiction, characters and storytelling and improv. He says, by the way, before I forgot, I saw a band yesterday. I was like, I wish Kid was here, and he even told me it's beauty. They're called Sema Funk, Afro-Cuban funk. Oh, that sounds awesome. That's awesome. Let me write it down. Oh, Q Square, are you still here? Are you still in chat, Q Square? No worries if you're not. A talk stream was not what folks signed up for today. Oh, you are. Were you the one who recommended? I think it was you recommended Young Gods. That band. I think it was you. But I hadn't heard them before, and after you mentioned, I checked them out, and I listened to one of their albums, two of their albums. It was you, yeah. I loved it. It was awesome. It's really cool stuff. Yeah, I had somehow never heard of them. So yeah, thanks for that recommendation. Roses, Jonathan Ong says hello. Awesome. That's great. Sema Funk. So I guess I knew that it's a version of you. Just wondering what type of character Tommy's influence or parody. Well, I mean, I'm not approaching it like a character, right? Because I talk to the camera about challenges I'm dealing with in some of the episodes, right? In the first episode I did, and I think in the van episode I did. So it's not a character in the same way. I mean, when I'm interacting with Tubi, it's more of a character, right? But when I'm just talking, it's, So I don't mean to say that I'm being genuine, but just by nature of the fact that it's filmed and I probably know in advance roughly what I'm going to say or exactly what I'm going to say, that's different than this, where I have no idea what I'm going to say, right? And I'm just talking. And this is different than if you were to see me in person, where there isn't this the camera, right? So I would probably like Tommy more if it was purely a character. And maybe that's what it'll become. I don't know. I don't know what will happen. But I do think, I don't know. I mean, it'll evolve, I'm sure. I don't know what I'm saying exactly. Roses, I figured Tommy's slight alter ego. I mean, I think, when I'm talking to the camera as Tommy Nomadic, right, it's similar to me talking on camera right now, right? We have the same point of view. We're experiencing the same things in life, if that makes sense. Whereas Suddenly Penguin is fundamentally different, right? Old Man Frank is fundamentally different. But we'll see. We'll see what happens when I'm. I mean, I think maybe partly why. Um, like I might enjoy it more. I might enjoy the Tommy Pneumatic side of things more once I'm actually out on the road and my life feels more interesting, if I could say that. My day-to-day life. I don't know. I might never be very interested in um, the vlogging style. And maybe that's just not what I want to. I mean, I know it's never something I was like, I want to be a vlogger ever, right? In the same way that, I mean, in truth, I never was like, I want to be a streamer. What it was is I want to play music, and streaming is a way that I can play music. And through the course of doing this, I've learned to really enjoy streaming itself as just streaming is for streaming. But music was always why I did it. And so in a way, vlogging is a similar thing where I feel I don't have any inherent interest in vlogging, but it seems like a way to provide this umbrella for the Tommy Pneumatic stuff and share these aspects of what I'm doing that feel relevant to people who are potentially interested or just curious, right, about living in a van, living on the road, because that's going to be relatable in a way that's very different than a totally silly fictional character like Suddenly Penguin talking about it, right? So I guess it probably sounds like I'm contradicting myself. So when I say, so what I meant when I said Tommy Pneumatic is a character is mainly that anytime you're on film, you're a character, in my opinion. It doesn't matter who it is. You're different than who you are off of film. You're a subset of who you are off camera. So that's what I mean in that sense. But I do mean to Tommy to be authentic, right? I don't want it to feel artificial. When I'm talking about things that are difficult or things that I'm excited about, it's me, but through the lens of a camera, me still is a kind of a character, if that makes sense. I don't know. I think mainly because of the control issue, right? Like if you know me in real life and you see me in real life, I cannot control exactly what you see. But when I release an episode, I'm in control of what you see. And that's what I mean by it's inherently this, yeah. He says, so in essence, ETC Kid is a character, right? But what's the difference between ETC and Tine? I see. So yeah, in my way of thinking, an ETC Kid is a character. Yeah. Again, a character in the sense that the camera is different. The camera adds to anybody, not just me. Again, I think this is to anybody. It adds a level of So I've talked about things very, emotional things over the course of my time streaming, right? And I think the implication of a character saying it means it's not sincere, and that's not what I mean at all, right? It's just I'm using character to find something that is altered by the medium in which it is sort of shared with the world, right? The very fact as a camera alters the experience. But I really try, sort of, when I talk, to be genuine and authentic about what I'm feeling, and that there isn't a divide between what I'm presenting and what I'm saying. But regardless of my intentions, the camera always is going to shape the experience. If that makes sense. It's so maybe a better way than saying a character. It's that when you watch somebody through on screen, right? You're seeing. It's almost like a duet between between the person talking and the medium itself that shapes that experience. I don't know if that makes any sense, but to answer Muti, I would say, ETC Kid and Tommy Pneumatic are essentially the same, right? Because in both, I'm just being authentic as I can be in the context of being filmed. But if you were to interact with me off camera, that is, then there's always going to be things that alter how we experience things. But again, there's just a difference when between. I just think that curatorial aspect of video, where if I could just walk off camera, right, and you won't see me. But if we were in a room together, let's say we got an argument, right? And we're in a room together, and I leave the room, you could follow me into the next room to continue the argument, right? So it's very different. I don't know if but again, I do feel I am with Tommy and ETC Kid. I am not consciously trying to create a character, right? I'm not thinking about that. With Subtly Penguin, with Old Man Frank, I am very much consciously creating a character that is not me. So, I don't know if I've just confused things more. So yeah, but again, to answer Mita's question, Etc. Kid, Tommy Pneumatic, are the same as far as what I'm experiencing. And I don't want character to make it sound like I'm being artificial. I'm not. I'm trying to be genuine and sincere. It's not trying. I'm just whatever I say. It's more just an acknowledgement that is always a curated experience as soon as there's a camera there. Rose says, I need to ask you, be very busy this next week. It's really hard for me to tell. Some things are taking longer than others, and Staff, is any plan for the first meal out? I think we'll try to do all sorts of firsts, yeah. He says, and what happens to meal next day is follow-up. Status because there's no editing, though it's maybe a more accurate character. You mean the live streaming versus yeah. I mean, like, you might, I guess it's if you watch that video I posted, which had it had two parts to the video. The first part, I was describing the van build, and I had my questions for my friend. And the first part of the video, I'm going to use part of it in a Tommy Pneumatic episode. Second part was just for my friend, and some of y'all saw it, and my level of energy is different in the two parts because of the context in which I was intending it ultimately to be, right? It's like this. It's if you're with a group of people, you're going to tend to act one way, and you're going to act differently if you're with one person, simply because of the distance between you and those people, right? If you're with one person and you're probably closer together, you're not going to talk as loud. You're not going to be as animated, probably, because it can be really intense. If somebody brings group energy to one-on-one conversation, that can be, sometimes that's great, but that rarely do you see that, and so that's immediate. Context has such an impact on how we behave, and it's not that we're being disingenuine. It's just that we behave differently in different contexts. Most of us. Some people are incredibly consistent no matter where they are. But even the thing is that even if you yourself are incredibly consistent, the fact is you cannot control all that's around you, right? So as soon as things change, you're going to have to be different because the circumstances has changed. Even in subtle ways, you're going to respond differently because you'll be giving new input. You're being given different input than you were before. So, I mean, I think for most of us, just think about your own lives. Like, do you act exactly the same with your parents as you do your best friend? Or do you act the exact same way with a cashier at a store as, your grandparent who raised you? Most of us are going to act differently around different people because the input we're receiving is different. The shared experience is different. The understanding of there's going to be code words that one person will understand in one context, but the other person won't, right? If you say sus to your grandparent, they probably won't know what you mean. Or to your parent, or if you're my age, some in your own age won't understand, right? So we're always, to me, the way I sort of like to think about who we are is we're like all these intersecting circles, right? Where you have, there's always some core to who we are that's a part of however we are with other people. But sometimes it's only a little bit that's the same between how you act with one person and another person. And some of us are much more consistent. Some people are much more varied, right? It depends. But I think almost everybody is going to have at least subtle differences how they are with various people because the input they're receiving is dramatically different with those different people. Yeah, a Venn diagram, exactly. Yeah, that's the word I wanted. A Venn diagram with many, many different circles, right, that overlap. Keys course, have you made any deliberate choice in your construction of Tommy that differentiate from ETC Kid? No, see, again, I'm not with ETC Kid, with Tommy, I'm not trying to create a character at all. I'm just saying that it's impossible for it not to be a character because of the camera. I want ETC Kid and Tommy, with the exception of the interactions with Tubi, which are obviously fictional, right? But when I'm talking, I'm just being who I am in this moment in the context of being on camera, right? Which, so I don't want it to sound like I'm trying to create these artificial ideas of ETC Kid or Tommy. I'm not at all. I'm just saying it's inevitable that they are going to be different and a subset of who I am because of the camera. Big Charles, I think in literary studies they consider autobiographies as fiction, as opposed to biographies done by a third person in a similar way because the author selects a subset of himself. Yeah. I mean, I would say that a biography is also a kind of a fiction because there's no way that we can look at any human being and say we know who you are, because that's like, to me, that's sort of putting somebody in a prison, saying that you can only be what I see through my framework. But none of us can have, no single human being has the capacity, even come a fraction of the capacity needed to fully understand somebody, because that person has had so many experiences that you will never have. So many things happen that you don't know about. And in that same regard, I don't really think that most of it, I don't want to be prescriptive, say nobody, but it's very hard for me to buy into the idea that anybody could even truly know themselves. Because if you know yourself at this moment, we're already in the future. That moment's the past. You've already changed in a split second. And so I think our understanding of ourselves is a kind of a fiction too. Now, I love fiction, so I don't think that's a bad thing. I think the way we understand ourselves, is it useful? Does it allow us to move forward in our life? How we decide, because we can look at our past and we can say, I'm this way because of these things. Somebody else will look at our past and say, no, they're this way because of these things. Somebody else will see something different. We might age and think, oh, those things that I thought made me who I am, actually, I don't know that they really did. Because ultimately, those things, the usefulness to me is how we can use our understanding of the past as a way to shape our future, if that makes sense. So if we look at this traumatic thing that happened when we were younger and just let, it's up to us to decide the importance of that thing, is what I'm saying. We can decide to have our whole life be dominated by this one thing that happened to us when we were young, and that everything that followed is a result of that. If that hadn't happened, right? Or we can say, well, actually, there's other things that made a difference or didn't make a difference or whatever. And to me, it's arbitrary, ultimately. And so what's important is to interpret in ways that are helpful to moving forward. Because it's arbitrary. It doesn't matter ultimately which ones you pick, which ones you decide are the most important or the least important, the things that are formative or not, whether it's nature or nurture, right? What matters, I think, is creating a story that allows you to move forward. But Big Chowdy, at this point, I don't know if I'll ever do it, but at one point I was a lot younger, I thought it'd be, if I were to ever try to write a memoir or a autobiography, it would be explicitly fiction, right? It would be, this is a fictional autobiography. And to me, that is as honest as a supposedly non-fictional autobiography, right? Because it's arbitrary. And memory is such a tenuous thing for many of us, right? I mean, I've told some of the same stories multiple times over the last 6 years on the show, right? And I'm sure if you were to go back, I'm sure I've contradicted myself. And you might say, well, I bet the first one, that's when his memory was best. But we don't know that, right? The way I tell the story is going to be based on what I'm experiencing in my life at that moment, right? How we look backwards is shaped by how we feel right now. So the same story, if I'm in a great mood, I'm going to tell differently than if I'm in a bad mood. I'm going to give different importance to different things. And it's not that one is a lie and one is truth. It's that it's just different context. And so we see different things. It's is a glass half full or half empty? It's both, right? And it's not just that. It's not a dichotomy. There's other ways to look at it. He says, let's be real, we aren't the same person at work as we are in the bar or with Mrs. and being with the homies. We're all actors on stage and trying to please or distance ourselves from a hurt. Our true self is always hidden. It's rare for someone to be really genuine as they are to themselves. Well, I would add to that, I think that we can be genuine and be different in different contexts, right? We can be honest and authentic in very different ways depending on who we're with and the context that we're in. I've talked in the past how I could theoretically be in a room at a party and have people who only know me by, I think at this point, I don't know how many, 10 different names. Either stage names as a performer or just nicknames or my legal name. I've changed my legal name before. And what drove that, I think, was very much this idea that I didn't like how names were labels. And I understand practically, it makes total sense, right? It's inconvenient to have to constantly reevaluate what somebody is, right? It's much easier to say, that's Dave, that's, Jeff, that's Susan. It's exhausting to say, who is this person in front of me? Where are they at this time in their life? Right? That's exhausting. But it's one of the biggest gifts you can give to somebody is to let them be who they are now, not the person they were yesterday, right? Where if it's somebody who, let's say it's somebody who you had a difficult relationship with, they're really judgmental of you, right? And that's what they've been in the past. And maybe they've changed, but we still bring that idea of them, the person who is always judgmental. And the problem with that is that then creates a context that draws them back into the way they were as well. Because we're just sending that energy of, oh, you're the judgmental person, right? And I think that's why there's often so much difficulty between parents and children, siblings with each other, is because you've spent so much time together with, growing up, you have just year after day, month after month, year of just reinforced ideas of who this person is. But that person might change, right? And I just felt names were this sort of, again, I understand it's not practical not to have names. They're extremely useful. But at a young age, I felt this just feeling that names were these prisons. And I wanted to be able to be whoever I was going to be in the moment. and changing names, and also I really liked having different names for different contexts. You know, my parents called me one name, I had a different name socially, or if I went through, dramatic, a period of my life, I felt it was time, I needed to sort of move on. And this name was a way to say, these things in the past, I'm moving forward. I'm not recommending other people live this way at all. I'm just being honest about sort of, but I do think that's, I don't know where I'm going with that. That sort of petered out. E Square says, life is not about finding yourself, life is about creating yourself. I have not heard that quote, but I really like it. Yeah. Yeah. And I know some people, I know people for whom, a lot of people will say, it's like I finally sort of figured out who I am and I feel secure and solid, and I'm glad if that feeling it gives somebody peace or allows somebody to move forward in their life or feel comfortable. But it doesn't really resonate with me, since I identify more with that of life is this constant evolution, and that because the inputs we're receiving is constantly changing, I think most of us are, I don't like to say all, but I do think everybody is constantly changing. Maybe not significantly, maybe not in ways that are dramatic, where one day they're too afraid to say a word, and then the next day they're, shouting poetry out on the streets to thousands of people, right? But I do think that we are constantly changing because our inputs are constantly changing. Everyone around us is constantly changing. Yeah, I like that quote. Staffy says, you as you can be on camera. Yeah. It's like, and I think, y'all, many of y'all have seen the show enough. You've seen some times where I've been in really bad shape, right? And I can't hide it. But there are also countless shows where I'm in real bad shape before the show starts. And then the show starts and the context of my life changes at that moment, right? And there's all these things happening. There's people, I'm glad to see y'all. And it's not, and I end up being much more positive than I was feeling before the show started. And I'm not being disingenuous. I'm not faking it. It's just the context allowed part of me that was not present to come out, to sort of, come out of the rain into the sun. And, but in that regard, in that moment, you might not expect or not appreciate what I'm feeling beforehand or afterwards. But that's not just with the camera, that's life in general, right? If you meet people in a context where they're doing their job and they're very focused on what they're doing, you might have no idea what they're like or what they're going through at that precise moment. And I think, to me, that's why it's so important to try to be compassionate to other people when they do things that are difficult for us, because we don't know what they're going through. And that doesn't mean you justify and you let people do things that they shouldn't do. But I think we can have compassion for others. And in turn, I think that hopefully people will be compassionate to us when they don't understand the context of why we're being the way we are. Of course, I live on earth at present, and I don't know what I am. I know that I'm not a category, I'm not a thing, a noun. I seem to be a verb, an evolutionary process, an integral function of the universe. Buckminster Fuller. That's great too. I just saw something about Buckminster Fuller. It was what was that? It was I think it was. I was reading about this college called Black Mountain College. There was this college. I think it was this very short-lived. It was only around for maybe 20 or 30 years. But all these artists and Buckminster Fuller was there teaching. I don't know if he was a student or teaching, but I think he was teaching because it was talking about. There was a photo I saw of students helping him make his first geodesic. Is that how you say it? Geodesic dome or something like that. Stabby, this is all fascinating. Van diagrams podcast went. Van diagrams. Roses, will this be on the archive? There's some interesting things to listen to again. Also, still in the music category. Oh yeah, I'll ding the. Here, I'll do it. What's the simple melody that I know? Do I have the notes to play? Y'all got a full song. I did a cover. There's a cover show now. I don't know if I know any other songs from memory. That's the only one I know. I barely know any songs from memory. I usually don't post these, Rosen, but maybe I'll post it. Roses, to me, their meaning is behind a name, but I do see the label part. Oh yeah, and I think I don't want my pontificating about names. I also very much appreciate the desire people have to use names to honor people they love. Honor a parent or a grandparent or a relative or a friend. I understand that names become part of stories, right? And so if it works for somebody, I'm really glad that it does. Like if for some people their name it feels it's something that they really appreciate. But for whatever reason, I was 4 years old when my parents called me by my first and middle name. And I think I was 3 or 4, and I said, no, you cannot do this anymore. You have to just call me by my first name. And that was the beginning of a long thing with names. He says, what's the difference between a palm and a fist? If the fist becomes a palm, does the hand not exist? KRS-One names are just convenient, nothing else. Same goes for us. We are a palm, fist, and a hand. Yeah. I really like that. We're a palm, fist, and a hand. Is that, again, I've talked about this before. I think that, to me, one of the most harmful things in our culture across, the whole world is the idea of good people and evil people. Because the problem with that idea is it makes it we don't then allow people who we've defined as evil to ever change and redeem themselves. And the other side of it is if we define somebody as good, it makes us blind. It can make us blind when that good person does something they should not do. And there's been lots of examples of that over the last 20 years of good people getting away with really bad things because everyone said, oh, they're good. How could they possibly do that? I think if instead we say there are good actions and bad actions, right? And focus on the actions, then people who make mistakes or even do terrible things have a chance to change because they're not defined by their actions. And people who have done lots of good things are also accountable when they do something that is wrong and hurts somebody else. You know, doing tons of good things to me does not mean you can get away with doing even one bad thing. There are consequences. And in the same regard, somebody doing lots of things that are negative does not mean that there's some, if they start doing good things, that we cannot say those are good actions. They're, you know. He says, you're like a mood ring. You wear your heart in your sleeve, but it's lovely to see that you're also a sponge. How you convert energy into joy. That's why I think you're real as can be. It takes character to be this character. Thank you, Muty. Hey, Control Tweet. Control Tweet writes, buy a man an airplane ticket. He flies for a day. Throw a man out of an airplane. He flies for the rest of his life. Yeah. Hey, Yogo. How you doing? Corleone, I don't do live listens on the show. But if it's something you want to check me out, you want me to check out, you can you know, let me know and I can check it out off stream. D Square says so much of American politics, religion is based on good, bad people. Yeah. 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 Right, and it's that there's a parallel to the whole thing I was talking about, names, right? Both are labels. We stamp this label on somebody, and that's all they are. Now, I should be clear. It's very difficult not to do that. I do it. I know. And I try to catch myself when I do it. When I try to define somebody and not let them change. But it's it's difficult. Our brains. We just do not have the capacity to reevaluate every single person, every single object, every single experience in our life. That would be our brains don't have that capacity. So inevitably, we're going to have to label things. We're going to see a monitor, and we're going to say that is a monitor, right? I know what a monitor does. And in the case of a monitor, it is unlikely that a monitor is going to suddenly turn into a dragon, right? That's very unlikely. But people can, right? People can transform in dramatic ways, and when we label them, when we just treat them as if they're an inanimate object, like a monitor or like a flower, and a flower is this, right? We're putting people in prisons. He says, I love how anime or manga, the villain always used to be good, but his or her actions can be justified in the end. Western entertainment labels evil as inherent evil. Yoga says, I've had better days before my only streaming games laptop went out around 2 weeks ago. Oh, that's rough. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's no fun. I'm feeling you because something is wrong with my computer. That's why we're doing a talk stream. Yeah, this is why I don't have a political team, because it means so much to so many groups of people. Yoga says, hoping year gets better with all that's happened to you this year alone. Staff says, it'll be exhausting to reevaluate every time. Yeah. Media says, I'm a member of the First National Party getting down and boogie. Oh, I caught up the chat. Sweet. Do I know any other songs from memory? This is why I'm an improviser. Okay. What is this song with? I don't even remember what the name of the song is. Wait, what is it? Oh, it's Twinkle Twinkle, that's what I'm playing. Oh, I don't have the right note for this. I mean, that's cooler, though. I mean, this is a voice version, yep. Yeah. Flat third. Big Child says, sounds like a German children's song. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Rose says, can you do Ode to Joy? I don't remember that off the top of my head. Ode to Joy melody. Yeah, I can do that. Oh, do I have the notes? I need to change one of them. Well, I'm going to do it, except it's going to be in Lydian. Yeah, this will be the Lydian version of Ode to Joy. Oh, is that right? That doesn't sound right. Let me try it again. Well, I mean, it's going to have a sharp 4, so it's going to sound weird. I can't play the low note. Hey, Watcher Lurks, how you doing? What key are we in? Could I have done it? No, we're in. Well, it's weird. So my C major, it's a C major scale normally, but I have an F sharp and a B flat in it. So it's, I mean, that's, I don't even know what scale that is. What's that called? I mean, it's just a dominant with a flat. Well, no, it has the 5. Okay, what is this scale? sharp. I feel like Muty would. Muty, you probably know this by now, right? Oh, it's just a yeah. It's a mode of. It's a mode. I forget which one. It's a mode of melodic minor. So is that? It might be super. Is it? Yeah, it's hard for me to think about music at the same time I'm talking. Can I play something? Yeah, I'm not gonna do things in under. I'm not gonna. Those are still under copyright. Summertime. Summertime is probably gonna be out of copyright. When is it? That's from Porgy and Bess. So when was Porgy and Bess? I'm thinking we got 10 years to go. A little under 10 years. It was 1935. So in 10 years, I'll play Summertime. Which notes Muty was C, D, E, F sharp, G, B flat, G, A, B flat, C. So that is the is that right? So is it Lydia? No, it's not. Or maybe it's not a. AGD Bell? Yeah, I don't know what it is. Is there external hard drive? Yeah, there is. But when I was testing, when I was trying to solve the OS problem, I unplugged all the peripherals. Control Delete just got invited to taste some whiskey. Neighbors of the Fire Pit. That sounds fun. It's possible that it could be that the Tubi issue is not related, but I've never had this particular bug before in 4 years I've been using this system where Tubi cannot write files. GG says G melodic minor. Oh yeah. So it's a mode of G melodic minor. So which mode is it? Hey Jocelyn, once I had weird issues connecting to a network drive because it was a faulty switch. With my van build design that some of y'all saw, what I didn't factor in was sort of how the electrical exactly was going to fit. And so once I realized that the electrical probably needed more vertical space than I was going to allow, then I had to redo my desk, which I think I've come up with something better in the long run because it'll give me more storage space. There'll be less wasted space. But I had been emotionally attached to this idea of I'd be able to just, when I'm outside doing the show, if I had to, I could just literally just push the desk in and close the door. That's no longer going to be an option. I'm going to have to lift the computer up and put it on a platform and then push the desk. So it took a while to accept that, but once I accepted that, I realized that it was going to be much more efficient use of space. Staffy, I don't really do melodic minor on the show. Lydian dominant. Let's see. Yeah, that would sound right because it has those. It has a flat 7. That's probably makes sense. Yeah, the 4th mode. Wait. Yeah, that's what it is. Lydian dominant. It's been so long since I've worked on my my modes of the melodic minor. Someday I'll get those back under my fingers. So yeah, my Glock is currently, well, it's not even that. It's got an F up top. So it's even more complicated. I was just kind of bored. What would happen when in the van something happens to the computer? I mean, it won't be much different than being in a house. It's the same. Yeah, I gotta solve it. Yeah, I don't think it'll be much different. I mean, it'll be more difficult if if I lose the internet, because then I cannot. It's going to be harder to research the problem. But yeah, I think the main issue is in the van will probably be internet related. Knock on wood. Staff said Tubi can't write files that a program's permissions expire. Yeah, I don't know. So basically on Mac, so Tubi's running on FileMaker Server, and FileMaker Server has its own username. So if it's so that way, it's a security thing, right? FileMaker Server doesn't have the ability to write to other parts of the computer. It can only write to parts of the hard drive that it's been given permission to. And I double checked the files that it needs to update, and they all have the same permission as before. They have the FileMaker Server permission. Yeah. So I don't, it could be the possibilities at this moment are, the most likely possibilities are that just something's messed up with OS 10, because I'm having other issues with restarting, or the next most likely scenario, I think, is I use a plugin to do that writing, and maybe something's wrong with the plugin. I hope that's not the case, because that could be a huge headache. But so I think the first step is going to be since there are other OS 10 issues, the first step is probably to reinstall OS 10. And then if it's still an issue, try reinstalling that plugin and see if other people have had this experience. Oh, and Bosky says, I hear you get better internet reception if you park your van down by a river. Yeah, I think everything's better down by a river. We keep talking about digital stuff. Will you bring any analog books? Yeah, I'll probably bring music books, because I love messing around with fake books, so I bring a bunch of fake books for sure. But that's probably it. I don't read books twice, so there's really, I wouldn't bring a book to read, I don't think, unless it's a new book that I want to read. I might then, but yeah, I'll bring a bunch of song books, fake books. Big Chalice says maybe the plugin lacks the needed permissions. Well, the plugin does a lot of different things, so another thing I can test is see if other functionalities of the plugin are working on the server, right? That'll tell me something. And actually, I might do that first. Before I reinstall the OS, I'll probably see if the plugin is working, because the plugin does a lot of different things. I'll just check if other things are working on it. I'm trying to remember if there's another way to do writing. I would prefer not to reinstall the operating system. Right. I know there's other plugins that will do it, but some of them are expensive. Keyscore, somebody needs to run an emergency D&D game and invite Kid to it. Has anyone used a cold saw before? Not coleslaw, a cold saw? I was gonna cut the aluminum, so I think I'm gonna be framing with aluminum and not wood. And one option is to get it all cut by the manufacturer, but that assumes you make zero mistakes. You know every measurement perfectly, and there's no way that I'm going to get every measurement perfectly on the first try. The second option is you can cut it with a chop saw, a miter saw type thing. If you get a special blade and it cuts pretty well. But it's, messy, really messy, and apparently it's not always the cleanest cut, and it's also, not the safest thing in the world. But, yeah, I think I'm going to learn how to... Yeah, I found a place where I can use their machines. Just can't you make a temporary frame out of wood to make sure you nail the measurements? I might do some of that. And there's some things I might ultimately make out of wood. I mean, I'll probably use wood for panels for some stuff eventually, but because I would let people cut it then if you can, to make sure it's 100% accurate. That 3-inch don't come cheap. Oh, you looked up the price? Yeah, I know. Yeah. I think for whatever reason, just the working with aluminum just works with my brain much better than wood. I don't know why it is. It just makes more sense to me, my brain. This is just when you double in size, you usually triple in price. Yeah. Yeah. My plan is not to build the upper part that sits on the beams, the 3-inch beams, to not build that right away. To just build the desk to start. And I might even take the van out, because once I have the desk, I can, and I have the electrical, I can do shows. I can do, I don't need the bed, I don't need the extra cabinets. I can be messy for a little while and just have stuff stored in boxes, right? So that's my tentative plan is to start with the floor next week. Hopefully get the whole floor done next week, and then do most of the walls for insulation. I'm not going to do the roof yet because I'm going to wait until I put a fan in, and because I'm going to have to cut holes, and so I'm going to wait on that. And then build the desk, and then get the electrical. But with the electrical, I'm not going to put solar in right away. Just going to have batteries. And then once the electrical's in, then yeah, we can start going out. We'll have to figure out the internet and I mean, it won't be very comfortable, but so I'm going to want to sort of figure out details so I can. I mean, the bed, that's not that big of a deal, but it's very stressful to me to not have things easily accessible and efficient. So I know I'm not going to want to live out of boxes in the van for very long, but at least for a little while, a week or a month or something to make sure that my idea makes sense. There's nothing like actually living the situation to say, oh, you know what? That was a dumb idea. Now there's a much smarter way to do it now that I'm actually in the van and see how I'm going to use it. Rose says we're doing some base electrical before installation would be a good idea. No, because I'm not going to put electrical behind the installation. Some people might do that, but I'm not going to do that. And I can't really do bass electrical. I mean, it's sort of, well, so the bare minimum electrical that I need is a charger inverter, some sort of bus bar or distribution system, and the batteries. At least one battery. But I've done so much research into the electrical, I feel pretty confident that the absolute minimum I need is 600 to 800. I don't think I'm going to start with 1200. That's what I've been talking. I don't think I will because there's some big complications to that I've now understand. But yeah. Oh, I wonder if. Let's just write a simple test. Okay, let's create a new script. Let's see. Do I have a delete script? Oops. Roses also be good to use an Node so I don't get banned. Yeah, we're a music channel. Well, we were talking about a Super Locrian just a moment, or Lydian dominant. What should I do now? Oops. I can't play the next part. I mean, that's something though. Someone's at the door. was his time to have a challenge. I don't know if I'm in the mood to. I mean, it would be good. I don't know if I'm in the mood to talk about it, but Q Squares is. No, the album. Which one did I listen to? Let's see, discography. I listened to TV Sky. And then I just listened to it on YouTube, and then I think it just started playing random stuff because I listen to more than an album's worth. So maybe I heard some of that one. So yeah. Okay, I've almost written my script. Okay, let's see, is that gonna work? Okay, here we go. Let's see what happens. I didn't get the result I expected. Huh. You know, it did not report back the way it should have. Maybe it is, in fact. Where are my plugins on here? Oh, could we have done a show? Could we have done a show? Okay, let's find out. Let's see what happens now. Oh, come on, let's see. Oh my gosh, was it that easy? Was it that easy? I go, let me see if I can write a file. Hold on. I don't know if I can do a show at this point, but let me see. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. We'll see. Oh, is Tubi writing? Oh, Tubi's in chat now. Okay, let me see this. I can't believe this. Wait, okay. Okay, let's. Oh man. Rose, so what was wrong? So for some reason the plug-in just got turned off. Yeah. Yeah. So it's very hard. It's very hard for me to think when I'm prepping for the show. You know, if something goes wrong, because I'm just under a lot of stress and I'm trying to get things going. And I was debating, do I try to? Anyway, it happened just before the show was about to start. So I thought I better just start streaming. As soon as I start hanging out with y'all, my ability to multitask, I don't really have that. I'm not good at multitasking. So, right? But you saw, as soon as I started thinking how to solve it, it took what, 2 minutes? I was calm, and and I figured it out like that. Now, there could have been a faster way to figure it out, right? I could have gone straight to the server and just checked if the plugin was turned on or not. Now it's weird that it got turned off, right? And I've never had this happen before, so it's not in my mind to even check that, right? It wasn't until I ran a test, and what I did is the little test I ran is I ran a script on the server to just all I want is return the version of the plugin, right? It's just a simple command, tell me the version. It's called, yeah. So I ran that and I get a question mark back. But I'd written the script that if it was supposed to send me a fail back if it had no response. So I instantly knew by that question mark that it had tried to run, but it hadn't worked. So that's when I went to the server itself and I hunted through the screens, which only took about 30 seconds, and to find the list of plugins. And sure enough, there was an on-off switch for the plugins, which I knew was in the, but it just wasn't on the top of my mind. And all I had to do was flip that switch, and Tubi's back. Hey to Soul Vibes. Oh, you gotta go, Keys Girl. It was great to see you. Thanks again for that music recommendation. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I guess we could try to... I don't know. Try to decide, does it make sense to... Roses, write that down so in case I have it. Oh, it's things like this I don't forget, Rosa, and I'm not going to forget that. And one of the problems, Rosen, is in my experience, the same thing almost never goes wrong twice. Almost never. It's always something new. It'd be so nice if the same things went wrong twice. But in my experience. Oh, Mises. Reaper is official now. My favorite DAW. I went from 30 milliseconds latency to 6.1 with over 70 vocal tracks. 70 vocal. Recorded with heavy X chains. Just an experiment. I use 8% CPU and 2 gigs of memory on an i7 16 gigabyte RAM. Is not bad for a 15 megabyte DAW. That's awesome. Okay, we'll try to do it. I mean, it might be a real short album. I don't know that I'm gonna have the energy to do it. But yeah, okay, I'll start. So, I'm not going to go through the whole show prep because that would take longer. But what it's going to mean is some screens are going to be wrong because Tubi didn't reset them because it didn't work before. And it'd waste a lot of time trying to figure out which screens and, so I'm just going to accept that some things will be off for the sake of expediency. So I'm just going to load the bare minimum of what I need. What's it called? Max. See, Tubi does all these steps for me. Tubi literally opens up programs for me. For show, I've optimized it as much as I possibly can. So I don't even remember all the things Tubi has to do. Right? There's just so many. Tubi has to open up this special Max program that I wrote that routes MIDI between Logic and Ableton and so hopefully I remember everything. Okay, Tubi's in chat. Let's turn our UDP. Oh wait, I don't need 2 of those. So you lucked out, Rosen. I will post this because there'll be music on it. I freaked out because I went to my event page and it shows all these errors. Couldn't write to FM Triggers custom chat messages. Couldn't write to custom chat divs. Couldn't write to... But it was from earlier today. Seems to be. There's a lot of... I coded this script that writes to the server to try multiple times if it fails. So just keep trying, right? And so I've got all these. Let me just delete all. It's going to take forever to go through them all. Okay, delete found records. Wait, what? Seriously? Wait. There's 12,000? How many times did the server fail? Wow. Wait, I got, that freaked me out. There were so many of them. Okay, thought I might be deleting the wrong stuff. Yeah, there are 12,000 alerts. I'm glad I didn't go through them one by one. Okay, delete all. No, 12,000 alerts. Okay, we need to load, we need to start recording the music. So let's open up that. Oh, I'm so glad it's not OS. So I guess I'm going to kick the can. I'm not going to upgrade OS yet. How many songs, Rosen? We'll do at least 2. Beyond that, I don't know. Couldn't write from... Oh, that's because... Okay, I need to Oops. Zeus. The issue I'm dealing with right now will no longer be an issue once we have one laptop. What is it? Zeus, what am I looking for? WebRoot, that's what it is, WebRoot. Open Zeus. Again, all these steps Tubi would have already done, and so I'm going to have to go off my memory. Yes. Oh, it's such a relief. Tech problems are extremely stressful always, but especially right now because I have so little time, and so trying to worry about fixing something is just exhausting, and it puts me off my schedule. Do we have a... Let's just make sure we have... Okay, new logic first, right? Yeah, it's still gonna be about 3 or 4 minutes because I didn't actually finish the show. There's a few things I still have to do, but we're getting there. Maybe this is Gaddafi part of the challenge stream. You're reading out all your steps one by one. There's currently, and many of these steps have multiple steps, but yeah, from the start of the show to the winding down at the end of the show, after the show, the post-show stuff, there are 528 steps Now, some of them happen automatically. Some of them don't happen on music shows. They're only because I have things for story streams. But still, and most of those steps are running scripts, meaning those scripts have hundreds of lines of code, you know. So tons of stuff. So yeah, I think I would scare away everyone to read that much. Okay, I'll read the steps I'm going through right now. OBS, is audio working? No, it's not. We don't have any music yet. And is that because Logic still isn't opened? Oh, and you know that's because of that. Oh, this is gonna be an asshole. How am I gonna do this? Oh, I'll do it this way. Logic projects. Stav says the extension works, right? Oh. Have they never showed in my requests? I mean, they should do whatever they always have done. Oh, thanks, Big Child. Yeah, I haven't actually created the downloads yet. So you can use your run your unlock. Oh, did it already take your money? Well, I can give it to you in a moment. But yeah, I haven't gotten to that step yet. Oh yeah, I don't have any No, it has not received any from the extension yet. Now, we'll see in a moment. It could be that Tubi's still doing something. I don't remember it has to do it first. I don't know. Oh, you've got time, Staffy, to make requests. I still got a few more minutes of work to get everything ready. Oh, it's such a relief. Such a relief. Whew. But I think that's a great illustration of how much easier it is to troubleshoot a problem when you're calm, you know, and not sort of under the gun. Because I knew I was running late. People are already in chat, right? I was like, what do I do? Do I try to troubleshoot this, or I just start the stream? Because at that moment, I didn't think it was something I'd be able to figure out very fast, right? Because it could have also not been, right? It could have been a big project. I lucked out today that it was an easy thing, but
I prefer the older one. Did I beep up something? I'm gonna be blocking a lot of the window.
Hey, Tubi. So this is just part of the, this is part of the prep.
Why is it stuck? I don't know. Even if two people could have done it, it doesn't cover stunts and it doesn't cover drones.
What? Thank you, Tubi. Okay, well that's... Okay, something... It's not going to this though. Why is it not going here? Okay, now that's a problem. Well, we do have a problem. Why would that not be working? Close. Okay, that's Adobe Audition. Okay, we got Audition. Audition is how I record the audio. Okay, that's working. He says, wait a minute, so did we have a chance that you try turning it off and on again? I did turn it off and on again. So it's who knows why that. You would think that the plugin would have become re-enabled. Well, I don't know, not necessarily. I guess if it gets turned off, it's going to stay off. So I don't know why it got turned off. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Well, I have vague memory that something like that's maybe happened before. Maybe? So maybe Rosen's right. I should write this down. Let's see. Did any of these... No, we're still not getting... Oh, you know, I should check if... What am I checking for? Loop periodic messages. Yeah, I can someone make some more Can someone make some more extension requests? If test show, create new show. So we were in the test show. Now I'm going to create the new show. Sure you want to create a new show? Yes. Is this a test show? No, it's a real show. Do you want to move all unfilled requests to this new show? Yes. Turn on Tubi Whisper Limiter. Cancel. Whoops. Oh, I need to full screen that. Gonna cause problems. Have you copied album cover to Tubi? I think I have. Start UDP, I already did that. Create venue. Oh yeah, we got to do our venue poll. Wait, what is today's album cover? Oh, it's that cool abstract one. Rosa with scaling ribbons. Beauty with hot failover. And let's see, one more. Staffy Sesame with reality bending itself. Okay. Check. Then I run this script that checks for duplicates of the venue. I don't know if I need that anymore, actually. Well, just to be safe. Okay. Now I'm going to create the downloads for today's show. Is this the correct show? Yes, it is. Show 2380, ID 2380. So Tubi automatically opens up the page on Bandcamp, which is very convenient. And it copies into my clipboard. That's one thing I love doing with Tubi, is Tubi will put things in the clipboard that I can then paste. Okay, we're gonna make our download codes. Okay, now I'm gonna export them from Bandcamp. It's really annoying. I have to do 100 Bandcamp downloads at a time, and they cost money, but we rarely need more than 5 or 10. So I'm having to pay for all these unused. Someday we'll use them. Someday it'll be, I don't know, we'll have giveaways or something. I don't know. Since I've got so many unused download codes. Okay, so it's going to download this. I think it's just a text document with these codes. So that's not very useful yet. So the script continues, and Tubi imports this list of download codes and puts them in the database so that they're now available to be unlocked. Now it says create pre-order for the next show. That's the 12th, right? Tubi pastes into my clipboard a JavaScript code, so when I go to the Bandcamp page, I just paste in this code. It fills out all the fields. All I have to do is upload the album cover for the 12th, and I have to create a audio-only track, and I save it. Steve says you ran it. Are you getting things? Are your requests going? Is Tubi not getting any requests? That would be a bummer. I should have checked that. Oh, Tubi's getting requests, but just none from the. Yeah, none from the. And then I have a step. It says stop here until about to start stream. Well, it's too late for that, so let's continue. Find favorites. Oh, this is the pre-show. I don't think we need to do this. No, don't need a pre-show. No pre-show. The way I pick pre-show songs is Tubi sorts. It finds all the songs that have a certain level of favorites, and it sorts them by length. And I think, okay, how many minutes do I need at this point? And sometimes I'll check the BPM. I'll think, I don't know, does chat want to hear a 50 BPM song before the show? Is that going to bum people out? And is a 180 going to get people too hyper? So we don't need that, though. Check if Audition is recording. It's not. Now it's recording. OBS start. I'm already recording because the show started. I'm still here. It's just that's part of the process as it fades to black in preparation for the stream starting. Update Twitch stream title. Yeah, I should do that because we're doing improv music live, I think. Hey, Jazzy. Okay, that step doesn't work anymore. All right, we're going to start our poll. If test show create, okay, we don't want to do that. Okay, we're going to begin the stream officially now. It's going to cut to black and then I'll come back on screen. Do you want to do secret word lottery? Okay. Did you start stream? I did a while ago. Oh, I never did a Discord message. See, I wouldn't remember nothing if it wasn't for Tubi. These are all things Tubi's telling me to do. Okay, I'm going to paste that into Discord. Wrong chat. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to switch to pre. Oh, I don't need to switch to pre. Well, I better go through these steps. Oh, I forgot one. Forgot one important step. Wow. I'm not going to worry about it now. Okay. And the venue poll. Rosen, will there be a secret word? Yeah, there will. Yeah, I think it should still work. The show will be well underway. Album cover update. Okay, do that. 712. Yes, verify. So y'all are only, this is only the second half or last third of the show prep stuff. The other part I did right when I was supposed to, before the tech problem. Update Twitch title. I don't need to do that. I already did that. Okay, there's a button that says begin show or finish intermission, skip if testing. So we're not testing. We didn't have an intermission, but we are beginning a show. So I'm going to press the perform button. Begin show. Please confirm this is a filmed show. If you say no, begin show script would be canceled. I'm confirming this is a filmed show, Tubi. I might fade out for a second, then fade back in. And we're live from Hot Failover. This is what a perfect name for this show. The third show of the I'm Stealing Your Car tour. If I remember, I'll need to make a note on YouTube that the show actually I fixed. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to. Maybe I shouldn't say anything, right? I mean, they'll miss out on the drama. Let's see who's here. I see Tubi McGuire's here. Jazzy the Third is here. Characterization of Rosen. Characters Rosen. Big Child, Tundi Brisky Botsky. Staffy Sesame. Mucadamia Nut is here. I forgot that's your saying my name right now. Okay. Oh, did I tell you? Did I say my insulation arrived? I did, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I did say that. These huge, big rolls of insulation. Do you want to create? Cancel. So, Big Child, did Tubi take your money? Well, it doesn't matter. Here, I'll just give you a download just in case. God. Feel free, if Tubi did not take your money, then feel free to use it for something else. It's fine. See if that works. But thanks again for the donation. Thank you. Oh, and Big Child, you gifted a sub to Soul Vibes. I missed that. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and Doug Stachio's here for the music show. I forgot you were saying my name as well. We have a bunch of nuts in chat. Jazz, it's supposed to go the other way around. You're supposed to say, why'd I say shut up and take my money? Is this a draft? No, it's not. Bosky says, I once drove my car to a snowbank. Was excited except the doors were locked because it was closed for the day. I was in a car accident in the snow once. I was not driving. I was in high school and I was driving back. My friend and I were driving back, and on the highway, and we went over a bridge where it gets slicker, right? And we started fishtailing, and we made it across the bridge. And I guess this is a thing, right? It's very icy in the bridge, but then when you get across the bridge, it's no longer icy, so your tires now grab onto the road, right? And we went right into a guardrail. We were both okay. We were shaken up, but yeah, it was lots of snow. I mean, the car, I think it was probably totaled. I don't know. But some good Samaritans drove us to a gas station and Oh, I'm so glad it was just that little thing. Oh. Remember, some of y'all saw my plan was to build my audio interfaces into the keyboard station? That plan's gone. I realized that was a stupid idea. This is dumb. It's a dumb idea. Much better solution. I have a much better idea now. So there's going to be two passageways. One passageway is going to be for the keyboard, and it's okay if the keyboard gets unplugged, right? Because all I need from the keyboard to the computer, the keyboard's going to have my MIDI, the two MIDI keyboards, and my typing keyboard. Those are all just one USB jack. I don't need any AC power, right? It's all over USB. And also my mixing board, right? So just one cable is coming off of that whole setup. Then the computer, I'm going to build a framework for the computer that's going to, everything's going to be self-contained, and the only thing plugged into it is an AC cable and the USB from the keyboards. And so I'll just slide the computer setup, and I'm going to build a frame so I can have my laptop and monitor there, and I'll have the rack mount devices. So the computer stays on. I don't have to close the laptop to move it, nothing. So the stream keeps going. There's no pause in the cameras. Just slide that. I guess there might be it depends. Well, there'll probably be probably the cameras will have to go black for just a second, but and it means the whole keyboard station is lighter, right? Because I'm not going to have to build these two rack mounts into everything can be lighter. Such a better idea. Hey, Blue. Let's see. Okay, we're at the point where we can start prepping for a song. Not bad. We have sounds. Okay. I really got to sit up straight. It's not good to have this much headroom. Like that doesn't look good, right? This looks much better. But it requires me supporting my flesh with my skeleton structure and not just turning into Jabba the Hutt. Does Jabba the Hutt have bones? I guess he had to have bones, right? He must have had a skeletal structure, right? But it sure doesn't look like it. First request to type Soul Vibes first drum loop. Wait, is that right? Uh-oh. You must have had a drum loop before. Is there some weird... You've definitely... I don't know why that's saying that, because it says you've had drum loops. Oh no, it hasn't. No, you've only made 2 requests. It's the first one. It's the first one. Okay. Yeah, I think 2 songs... I don't know. 2-song album seems pretty lame. Well, although some of my favorite jazz albums are 2-song albums. I love those vinyl LPs. It's a song on each side. You know, one's 20-minute song, 20 minute, like Jack Johnson by Miles Davis. It's just one song on each side. Hey, Chills. It's good to see you. Did the extension request make it? I will check in just a second. Tubi's loading sounds. So I says I love Jack Johnson myself. We might be talking about different Jack Johnsons. Or you're talking about, there's this, usually when I say Jack Johnson, people think I mean the singer. But we might be on the same page, but for anyone who doesn't know, Jack Johnson is an album by Miles Davis that was a soundtrack for a film about the boxer Jack Johnson. Oh, I'm glad you've made it back from wherever you've been. Hope you're getting relaxed chills. I really want to see the movie. I can't find it anywhere. The I would love to see how this Miles soundtrack worked, because it's yeah, I can't find it though. If anyone can find it, I really want to see it. It's called Jack Johnson, yeah, from 1970. Which it says it was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Documentary Feature, which I think is meaningless. I'm not a fan of awards, but I'm surprised that I can't find it. If it was that prominent, that it would get a nomination, but I can't watch it anywhere. Our drum kit is the Chromatic Wonder, hasn't loaded yet. Oh, I'm sorry, Chills, you're having to deal with that. But glad you're at a different place now. Oh, it's on YouTube? Is it that easy? I guess I didn't look very hard, did I? Oh, you're right, it is there. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Muty. How did I not find that? How long has it been up? It's been up for like 10 years on YouTube. Oh, well. Let me just, I want to watch that. I love the album. I love it so much. It's definitely one of my favorite all-time albums. Okay. Oops. What am I looking for? Oh, how fast is Tubi? Let's see. Tubi's slow. Wait, am I spelling Biero wrong? Did nothing happen? There we go. Piero's faster today. Tui, come on. Ah, Tui. We had one day. One good day. Okay. Passenger Rosen. Wait, what? Oh, are we having a tech problem? No. Okay. Okay, something isn't working. Well, we're back into troubleshooting. Something isn't working. Let's see. So I had to do install a new version of Ableton Live, and I did. It was working, but now something isn't working. No sound. Why is that not working? Okay, maybe it'll be a one-song show. It's weird. It was working yesterday. Okay, what could have changed? Okay, so we know that. Okay, it's not receiving in my on Max. So where do the notes come in? Okay. Well, this is gonna take a couple minutes probably for me to figure out, but now I'm waiting for something to restart. I need to talk to fill up time, but I have nothing. For once, I have nothing to say. My mind is half on this tech problem, but I can't do anything till the screen. Y'all are helping troubleshoot for Rosen. Bossy's got a new Say My Name. Oh yeah? What's your new Say My Name? Okay. IC driver bus 1. It's missing. Why is it missing? That's what I use for everything, right? Why would it be missing? Audio MIDI setup. It's been disabled too. Why was it so? Why would that have happened? So two strange things that have happened. One of my MIDI drivers, or it's essentially virtual MIDI ports, got turned off. Well, let's see if that actually fixed it before I get all too excited. Oh, I might have to restart stuff. Okay, let's quit everything. Restart. Don't save. Okay, max. Got it. Okay. Whoops. Okay, let's load Logic. Dash. Logic. Is that going? Logic projects. Okay, Ableton projects. 7.9. Two concerning things. Why would those? Everybody's becoming boxers in chat. Staffy Sesame became Staffy. Tunny Bisky Bossy became Tunnel Rad Mold of Muty's Morals. Staffy became Staff Johnson the boxer. Kadamia Nut became Iron Muty Tyson the boxer. Oh, I saved it, so it's going to all be wrong, right? Or no? We have sound. Oh, wait, we already had sound. The question is if Ableton can control. Where is... Wait, that was not the right... Oh, that's the wrong logic. No! Oh, I opened the wrong logic. Gotta be kidding me. Okay. Oh, it's annoying. I really need to put my Ableton Live project file on a diet because it takes, let's do a timer. It takes about I think a minute to load up. "51 seconds, still isn't loaded." Bugster Douglas, the boxer. Uh-oh, Mike's in trouble, right? Okay, moment of truth. Oh, I didn't load those. I didn't save those sounds. Okay, we're not ready for the moment of truth yet. We gotta load these sounds. Oh, does this not work anymore? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh yeah, because I haven't coded that button to work. I gotta do it manually. Okay, let's just do the last. Let's just do our drums. Chromatic Wonder. Okay, here's the real test. Can we send MIDI We got it. Okay, we're good. Now I just have to load our sounds. So 2 odd things that happened. This plugin got disabled in the server, and a MIDI driver got turned off. Okay, Tenacious. Oh, I'll do the sounds in a second. Let's just do our drums. First sound. First beat, I mean. Oh, I didn't. Oh, yeah, I'm not on that screen yet. Here's our first beat, and then Soul Vibes. Got our beats. Sounds. Tenacious. TNF. There we go. Okay. And then Light Bear. Why is it loading the wrong sounds? Amazing Doug Debug. And then Bluegrass Banjo. Wild Sugar Cookies. And Quoth de Faven. Oh, I need to load it. QDF. Finally, it only took 3 hours. You just tell us about the stunts you will do on the road with the van. Well, the van is going to have a stunt double, and the stunt double is going to do insane things. It's going to jump through fire. It's going to jump over gigantic flames. It's going to jump over, jump off tops of mountains into rivers and land in rivers. We might strap rockets to it and shoot it into the air. No. Yeah, no things from this. Well, yeah, it's the extension is not working today. Let's see if it works on Tuesday. It's very possible it has something to do with everything getting messed up. So, Rose is a car named Van the stunt double. Oh, we'll get a stunt double that looks. I mean, that would be funny though. I might for a while do that. You know how in sort of spoofs of action movies, they'll cut to the stunt double and it doesn't look anything like the star. It's totally different, you know. I want an actual stunt double of the van, but it might be funny to start with a shot of the van and then cut to this little car. You know. Yeah, we might have to do that. Okay, let's see. Rose is like in Spaceballs. The stunt double for the lady was actually a guy. Oh yeah, yeah. Hopefully I'll meet some super athletic people, and on in my travels. Well, then I'd have to deal with insurance, but that'd be funny to. Or it's like a shot of suddenly Penguin talking about how strong he is, and he's like, "Let me show you. Let me show you my guns." And it cuts to his arm, but it's it's a bodybuilder's arm. Okay, so this bowl. Oh, thank you, Rosen. 17 months, so thank you. Okay, here we go. Stab says you could use stock to show the buff arm. Yeah. Oh yeah, I bet there's footage of somebody's arm. Yeah. I subscribe to a library. I bet they have that. Okay. I did a free trial of a photo stock company that you get 10 assets, 10 photos for. Is audition recording? It is. It's been recording this whole time. I don't want to save that massive file, so let's restart. Yeah, because I needed some photos for episode 8. Actually, there's a bunch of stock footage in episode 8 that I think it's really funny, but I don't know if anyone else is going to think it's funny. Here we go. Time to etc. Thanks for those scalps. Titles. Oh, over the B section, the more major sounding section, Muty, I did some Lydia dominant for you in the on the sax and the synth. All right, that step. Restart it. Okay, perform if to another. Okay. Hey, Hug Queen. Oh, you know, I was getting pops and clicks on that track. I don't know if it was just... I don't know if it's another warning sign that something's messed up on the computer, or if it was just that those sounds were particularly difficult. But I'm going to increase the buffer size on Logic. Okay, titles. Hug Queen electric bars. Jillsy cold noses. Jazzy, is it plugged in? Soul Vibes inventors. Thanks, Beauty. Although I don't know that I always do well with pressure. But thank you. Let's see. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, thanks, Staffy. Staff Johnson, the boxer. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. Staff Johnson, the boxer, writes, glad you could get the show going. Thank you. Me too. Thank you. Hey, Calamity Vane. How are you? No, I didn't actually use the... Yeah, it's picking up. Jazzy, just Jazzy the third became Jazzy as a lover, not a fighter. Tunnel Rat Multimedes Morals became Tun the Jaxi Dembski the boxer, became Tun the Breaksky Winsky. Tubi wants to be known as Quera Bulldozer. No Tubi. Some other titles: Soul Vibes, Farmyard Techno, Big Child, Ears Plugged In, Rose and Bridging the Icy Gap, Iron Muty Tyson, the boxer, playing a character, Bugster Douglas, the boxer, Think Outside the Boxer. Staff Johnson, the boxer, with Groton on My Last Nerves. Hug Queen, Altering Motives. Do any of y'all have creative ideas for okay, so here's my problem. I'm going to have a fridge in the van, right? And fridges are heavy. I'm going to get this basically almost the smallest one I can possibly get. There's not going to be vertical space to put it on a slider. You know, to put it on drawer slides. So all I can think of is I could put basically a board under it with carpet on the board, and I sort of pull out the board and the carpet slides across the ground. Or I could maybe put furniture rollers underneath. If you think of any other creative ideas. The thing about the carpet, I'm worried that it's gonna, or even the roller wheels, either way, it's gonna mess up the floor eventually. But maybe it'll encourage me to open the fridge very rarely, which is a good thing because every time I open the fridge, it costs me power, you know? So I should really try to only open the fridge no more than 3 times a day. The fridge is going to be one of the biggest power draws. Another idea I had was to build a frame that it sits in so that the platform is very thin, right? So it's not raising the height, and then put rollerblade wheels on the sides, on the side of the fridge, but that might be difficult, you know. No, Rosen. No, I need that space, so it has to be slid out of the way. Yeah. Does if it's one of the fridges that opens the top, the cold stays inside. All right, because yeah, hot air rises. Yeah. Yeah, it will be one of the ones that opens from the top. Yeah. Jazz says nothing to do is easy. Why should the fridge be any different? I know. When I realize how much power the fridge uses, I'm almost tempted to just not have a fridge. You know, it's so much. But it seems like it'll be somewhere between 20 and 40 amp hours per day. Wait, is that what? No, that's what am I talking about? What was my calculation? Yeah, it'll be about 40 amp hours a day, probably, something like that. Just how big do you want your fridge? Yeah, it's the dimensions. It's gonna be a 30 or a 34 quart fridge, which is about the smallest one. Those are the smallest ones I can find. That I want one that's big enough that I can fit. I basically need able to fit eggs. A dozen eggs, and spinach, and my kimchi, and and if chicken or something if I open it. But so I don't need to fit a lot of stuff. And some vegetables, but I'm going to really try to have as much stuff that I eat not need to be refrigerated. Okay, let's end this boat. Good night, Chills. It's good to see you. Jazz says eggs and spinach and some tomatoes, a bit of feta, and you got yourself a dang good omelet. I essentially I eat eggs for lunch every single day. I do 2 eggs scrambled with my kimchi and turkey and onions, frozen onions. I'm not going to be able to do frozen onions in the van. Frozen vegetables I put in there, and then I put a whole bunch of turmeric for health, and what else? Pepper. Oh, and then oil, olive oil. Yeah, I eat that 28 out of 30 days a month I eat that. And it's Jazzy's plugged in. Oh, Big Child came up with it? The exact title? Was it the exact one? Or was it slightly different? Because it's sort of complicated. If it's exactly, yeah, but if they were similar but not exactly, then I would keep it with Jazzy. Because it was slightly different. Well, so you definitely because I think chat, yeah, I don't see it being duplicated, at least what Tubi got. But I think we inspire each other all the time, So I think that's fine. But thank you, Jazzy. Thanks, Big Child, for inspiring. Let's see. Oh, Staffy is a new sound, PZL. So, as I'm trying to think if you could use wheels. Yeah. I'll also say to maybe have rollerblade wheels on the sides, and then I basically would build a platform that would go, the wheel would be here, and then it would go like this, and have a flat section for the fridge. But I don't know what would be strong enough, to do that. I mean, I could have a box around the middle of the fridge, because that might work. Roses, won't you have travel buddies from time to time? Won't they need the fridge? Yeah, but I think I might, I might be if I'm in a if it's a stretch where the weather's really bad and I can't get much solar. Maybe that's one of the things I can cut down on is just not have the fridge for a week when I'm by myself, you know. So what? We managed to do a show. So what was here at the beginning when I had things stopped working? He says, I have no spatial idea of where and how you want to put it in the fridge, so it's under the bed. It's under the desk. So there's things on the bottom, there's things on the floor, and the fridge will be on the floor. Then there's the desk. Then there's the bed platform, and there's cupboards on the sides of the bed. So the fridge is heavy. It's going to be at least 40 pounds empty, 35 or 40 pounds empty. So it's nice to have it on the ground. And also hot air rises, right? So it's going to be coolest down on the ground. So it'll be more efficient down there, I think. Roses, what if the fridge was at the back door? You mean, well, then I would have to walk outside to get at it. So that's even more inconvenient than having to just pull it out, right? Because worst case, I just drag it across the floor. But having to go all the way back around, I think that, yeah. I really want to set it up that I feel like a lot of van lifers, they do their van builds and they're just constantly having to go back and forth, move things, and it's just this process. And I really want to make it as easy as possible for myself so that things are where I need them when I need them. But it is a good thought, Rosen, because I won't need to access it very often. So it could be in the back, but I don't think it'll need to be, but it could be. It could be back there, yeah. He says, do you have a side door or just back doors? Here, I'll show y'all really quick because it'll be easier to. So it's always been right in this area. It was right here, the fridge originally. I think I'm going to put it over here because it's going to be more important to access this drawer because that's where I'm going to put, tripods and lighting gear. So that way I can slide this drawer out and easily access it from outside. So this is the side. This is a sliding door. So the thing is that I'm going to have the same height in the front and in the back, essentially. So yeah, the fridge would be right here, and it's too tall to put drawer slides, I think. So it could be just on. I could just drag it out and it'll scratch the floor a little bit, or I could put carpet underneath it so it slides, or maybe I could do some, like I was saying, something with roller blades or something to have a platform that's very thin but strong enough. But yeah. But it'll definitely not fit up here without changing my until it says measures to 1,000. Yeah, that's not intentional. That's just when I use the measuring device, it measures to the 1,000, but I'm not actually that precise. Yeah. Well, right, Rosen. The challenge is I don't want vertical space, so the wheels have to be. So one option is cast is roller ball bearings essentially. That are those might be okay, but I have at most about a half inch. If I'm lucky, I'll have an inch, but most likely only a half inch underneath the fridge to create some sort of device to move it. So if there are wheels that are more than a half inch tall, right, they're going to have to be on the side of the fridge. If that makes sense. Vita says fridges don't weigh a lot, so you could get away with a lot. So yeah, so maybe the wheel idea on the sides would work. But yeah, because the fridge, I think it's the one I'm looking at is 35 or 40 pounds, and I won't have a ton of heavy stuff. I don't think. I mean, eggs. Well, eggs are pretty dense. Spinach is not very dense. Kimchi is sort of dense. But yeah, I don't think food overall is. I can't imagine it'll be more than 45 or 50 pounds in total. So. So the box, the big box next to it, this drawer, I probably will put this on drawer slides because the height is up to me, right? So that probably will, so that it can really, because it has to be heavy too, so I want to make it real easy to pull it in and out. Blue says, what about fridge runners? I don't know what that is. What are fridge runners? Are they like furniture ball bearings? Is that... No, we're doing another song, yeah. We're doing another song. It'll be a 2-song show, I think. Whoops. Drum kit. Classic dub. Here's Chills. There's our first beat, and then we got Calamity Bane. Okay, nice, got our beats. You need to hear the sound XXL. Here's XXL. One thing I'm looking forward to changing in the van is I want to put these mixing boards right here. I think that'll work. I think that'll be okay. Because especially if I'm sitting, it's a real annoying to have to reach for these. And I'm not going to need this anymore. This is for the PC in case I'm not able to reach it from this computer. So I won't need this in the van. And I can get a smaller keyboard that doesn't have the numbers, so I have space for a mouse. Staffing name sound, probable zealot list. It's like the terror watch list. They're probably zealots. Watch out for those zealots. Roses, don't they make smaller keywords with the numbers? I don't know. If it got too much smaller, it'd be hard to type on. But I don't need the numbers that much. Well, you use them in Blender, but I don't really use them very often in other applications. I mean, I like having them, but I also don't know how I can fit everything otherwise. There's just not enough space. Beauty says kimchi need to be refrigerated? Yeah, it does. Eggs are sold refrigerated, yeah. Oh, they're not refrigerated in Europe? How long can you store them outside of the fridge? Could you get away with a cooler? I think the problem is that I'm having to worry about ice, and I'm then having to make special trips to get ice and stuff like that. So if I'm going to have stuff that needs to be refrigerated, I think I want a fridge. But it is possible I could just do without a fridge entirely. I don't know. But I really want to be able to do a week in one place without having to go to civilization, Oh, Madden, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Madden. Wow, thank you. Madden says, just thought of you for some reason and thought I'd pop on and throw out my support again. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Madden. That's very kind of you. Yeah, I'm still here. Still here. I don't know if you've heard, but I finally was able to get a van, and I'm gonna start building next week, and hoping to hit the road in September. I haven't been watching you always much Twitch. I used to. Yeah, totally understand. But I'm psyched you dropped by. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Honor for Madden. Sounds, we got I and I. Has life been good? You busy? Hopefully. Things are going well. And then we have Agile Synth Bass. And then Yamaha Grand Piano. Ghastly Amber Ichor. Orion Bleeps. And Digital Chills Interface. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. But yeah, I'm gonna keep doing the music show in the van and probably mostly streaming from the desert, um, at least for a little while. Well, I want to go up to Utah to visit uh, a family member who's moving up there. So I'll do some we can go through. I love southern Utah, like Arches National Park and Moab. So we'll go to those are pretty. That's pretty deserty too. I wonder. I wonder if I could drive right up to the Great Salt Lake. You know, the Salt Flats. I mean, it wouldn't be that visually interesting, I guess, but I mean, it'd be sort of cool. You know, be out in the Salt Flats, do a show. Let's see. He says, doing research on New Mexico, I found there are over 400 ghost towns. We could be a spooky stream again. Yeah. I had been looking at some a while back before I got the van. I was thinking I'd do a car episode and go to one of the ghost towns. But yeah, we can go to a lot of them. Could be a whole series. Jazz says, from what I heard, the Great Salt Lake is quickly becoming the Great Salt Pond. Yeah, I've heard about that. It's scary. And I guess it's also, it can be environmentally hazardous if there's not water. I guess the salt or dust can be really unhealthy or toxic or something. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Yeah, thanks again, Madden. Okay, let's end this bow. Digital chills interface. Oh, can I move this out of the way? Why is this? Digital chills interface. Oh yeah, thanks, Beauty. Yeah, my new show, Tommy Pneumatic. It's on YouTube, on the YouTubes. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those calps. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Cancel. Cancel. Whoops. I use a bunch of titles as lyric inspiration. I'll shout those out in just a moment. Let me fix what I just did wrong. Do our titles. A mole with pulse modulation. A big child pulling strings. Let's see. Rose and Bridging the Lost Lights, and Madden Moonlit Dreams. Okay, y'all pick which name the song. Here we go, there we go. And for titles, for lyrics, from Madden I use Life Under the Moonlight, Rose and Cry Out the Tears, and Rose and Coldest Air. From Staffy I used You Can Close Your Eyes Now. Madison, since when did you start using real words for lyrics? I think it's been about 2 years that I've been doing that. I'm still not that advanced, but yeah, I try to use things from chat as inspiration. I think it's been about 2 years. Yeah, Madden's old school, and all I did was my own made-up language. I do that sometimes. Well, rarely. But everyone, I mainly try to do lyrics now. That's cool. Something else you're able to pull from Chad. Yeah. I think it's gonna be really fun when I get better and faster, because then it would be possible for me to use. And every once in a while I'll get on a roll, but and if I could just sort of sing verse, I could get 20, 30 people's worth of stuff every song. I think the most I've probably gotten lyric-wise in a song from Chad is maybe, I think I've done at least 10 or 15, 20 titles maybe, in a single song I've used as lyrics. Roses, how old school you go? We ever just leave the lights on and make others guess when the song starts when you're talking like... I don't know what you're talking... I haven't watched those shows, Rosen, so I'm not sure what you mean. I can't remember. Yeah, I don't remember what that is. Oh, good night, Jazzy is a lover, not a fighter. Yeah, Madden, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I saw your title, and then I used that as inspiration. I don't look at chat normally. What I do is if I'm ready to sing lyrics, right, I'll open up a view that only shows me titles. So I can very quickly, so I don't see all the stuff Tubi writes. I don't see just random chat messages or commands people are running. I just see a list of titles. So yeah, I was skimming the titles. I saw yours, and I often change them a little or just take part of it. Yeah. Yeah, Tubi's all mixed up, Doug. Tubi's one song behind. Stavis says, do you see usernames also? I guess I do. I mean, I don't look at them. Really, I don't. Do I see usernames? I can't turn on the screen. Yeah, there are usernames there, but I'm not looking at them. I don't think. I don't, because it's not useful to. It's not really useful to see the username, right? That's not going to provide me lyric inspiration. So I'm just looking at the titles. Yeah. Stavis says, wasn't sure if you thought so and so is at it again. I'm in such a one, I can process. Oh, where's camera 3? Camera 3, yeah, camera 3 is right, right? Yeah, no, that's not camera 3. Wait, that's camera 3 right there. Camera 3. But, yeah, camera 3, the tracker, it broke, and I haven't had the money to replace the tracker. It hasn't made sense to replace it. But the more expensive part still works, I think. Oh, you were the camera 3 account? No, I never guessed that. That's funny. Yeah, I had no idea. That's awesome. Yeah, no idea. Yeah, maybe camera 3 hasn't been as important in this room because it's so small. Right in the studio, it was big enough that when I moved over to the keyboard over there, you wouldn't be able to see me without it moving, and I had more space to move around, right? But in here, it doesn't really make a difference that much. I mean, it's sort of, it's hard to see me when I play the key. It'd be nice if it worked, but I think especially in the van, if I'm playing outside sometimes, which I hope to do, I want to be able to wander, sometimes, and have the camera follow me. It'd be so nice to just walk around and play flute or something, and have the camera track me as I'm walking in the desert. I mean, I can't go very far. But then if I could have a wireless keyboard or something, I could control the song, while I'm far away. Rose, that means you need a new armband. Oh, I have the armband still somewhere, I think. But the battery in the tracker, it expanded, and the device split apart. So I don't know if it's something it might not be that difficult to fix, but it's going to cost something to fix it, right? And it might just be cheaper to buy another tracker. Let me do a shout out some titles. Tubby McGuire with Mango Sustainable Development. Soul Vibes, Dancing in the Rain. Iron Muty Tyson the Boxer, Frozen Nettle. Buster Douglas the Boxer with Lightning and Tundra. Staff Johnson the Boxer with Luigi's Lost Hope. Hug Queen, Release Your Demons. Mole, Far Beyond the World. Big Child, Gently Tackling the Fridge. Rosen, Brave the Sorrow. There's camera 3. Camera 3, I'm alive. Nice. That's awesome. He says, will you invest in a drone? We go on G-Van journey. Not right away. My insurance policy doesn't cover drones, and they're pretty expensive, but you know, I think it'd be fun eventually. It'd be amazing to have the drone, you know, during songs. That'd be amazing. But I wouldn't be able to control it. Oh, welcome. There's a BR Vader. Welcome. Hey, Andy. Andy suggests camera 3 get a slider. I was like 3 or 4 years ago, I was really excited about getting something called a parabolic slider. But I never had the budget to do it. And it's probably too big for the van. Probably not practical. We were talking about having a train tracks around the whole studio in the old studio and have a camera on the train, and it's just sort of can go 360 degrees. Rose says, you never had any light show in the early days. You never turned off the lights, right? You have the studio lights on for talking and performing, right? That's right. I see what you're saying. Staff is where the camera's on the track. Yeah, there's a bunch of music streamers I've seen who have used. I'm not sure if they're using sliders or parabolic sliders. I can't remember. But the advantage of a parabolic slider is it always keeps the subject in the center of the frame. So for anyone, a slider is a device where you put a camera on something and you slide the camera, right? So everything moves. A parabolic slider works in a way where it sort of goes like this, and the camera rotates a little bit so that I would always be in the center of the screen. However, you would have a sensation of movement because the background would be changing, if that makes sense. Here's a... Oh. I have a slider in here somewhere. But it's not a motorized one, it's a manual one. I don't know where it is. Meaty says, can we have a hanging bulb in the van? Yeah, maybe. It's going to probably take a while for me to figure out the lighting in there. Stab it, yeah, I need a... Big Child says drones can fall on people as long as you're the only one. The probability is high that you be the people. I wouldn't trust Tubi. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's actually, you know, they're really cracking down on drones, and there's a lot of places where you could get in a ton of trouble. Like huge fines, meaning, you know, $1,000 fines. You might even be subject to arrest, and I think in some places. So you gotta be really careful now. Let's end this bow. And it's Madden. Madden's named it Moonlit Dreams. Moonlit Dreams. Thank you, Madden. So we should get a parabolic chicken for the van. There's probably going to be well, watch out for the rooster in episode 8 of Tommy Pneumatic. I mean, I might change things, but it's possible that a rooster is going to appear 4 times. At least 4 times. Oh, I should do more of that. I should do tons. I should do as many as I could possibly fit in. Maz is cool. Gotta make sure my name gets in the set list somehow whenever I pop back on. Yeah, for sure. Maz, you still need to fix my custom sound. It doesn't say I renamed it on your sound list. Which one? Are you looking at the wrong list? Because remember, there's 2 different lists, and not all the sounds are on. I did an abbreviated list because our sound. We have so many sounds now. It's the 80s something, right? What's 80s Hair Attack, right? Yeah, it's on the full list. 80s Hair Attack, renamed by Madden 13. Yeah. And it was not the yeah, we have like 5,000 sounds or something now. So at one point I thought it was just too overwhelming for new people. I just wanted a really short list for new people when they go to the request page, and then the sounds page is everything. And we have an on-screen extension that is everything. Although our on-screen extension is not working today, it seems. Oh no, it is now. I see requests from Big Child through the on-screen extension and Muty. And Staffy, so it was just slow getting them. Yeah. Oh, welcome, Tefted. Yeah, I don't do covers, I just do original improvisation. But thank you for the request. I don't know that song, but I'll try to check it out. Aurora Cure. Oh, you were actually on there first, Staffy. I was going in reverse order. I was going backwards. Yeah, you were the first. Yeah, I guess there was just a delay on Tubi grabbing them. Roses, how many commands? Could you make an in-depth list? It would take a lot of time to actually make up a list and explain them. I mean, there's probably hundreds. Maybe someday, but I think honestly, I think in the long run, it's more likely that we're going to start removing features. Tubi is just too big. It's too much. I think we need to simplify. The bot command table has 1,500 records in it, but some of those, that includes bot talk categories as well as commands. and it includes things I call events. Oh, we'll just do a search for command equals command. It's 426, but a lot of those, some of those commands are probably aliases. What is the next album cover? Oh, is it not showing on screen? Did it not show? Ah, here it is. It's hard to see. It looks abstract, but it's actually not abstract, or it's not totally abstract. Can you see what it is? But you can just interpret it as abstract. It's a little hard to see if you don't know what to look for. Can anyone see it? Oh, it sort of looks like knights. Yeah, that's close. I mean, it is people. There are people in it. Not baseball, no. I could be one of those people. Yeah, Rosen has it. It's a band. It's a marching band. So you have some sort of trumpet or something. You have I think that might be a flute. You have a bass drum right there. A bass drum that's strapped to the. But you can also just see it as an abstract image. You don't have to see what's. It's cool. It's cool either way. That was actually Staffy. That was a Staffy find. I think, right? Yeah. Well, I have it. Yeah, I've written down that you found it, so hopefully that you're getting credit. Yeah. Oh, it's fine. You don't have to worry about that, Rosen. It's inevitably things are going to duplicate sometimes. I mean, there's certain artists that I've done a lot of. So if any, like Kandinsky, we have 18 album covers with Kandinsky cover because it's one of my favorite painters. So if somebody puts Kandinsky in, there's a good chance that we've already used it, But it's still fun to see it again. And it's if we end up having an album, 2 albums of the same cover, that's fine. It's okay. Yeah, I think Kandinsky is probably the one we have the most of. We have a lot of Odilon Redon, I think. 7. 7 Odilon Redon. I don't know if there's anyone else we have a lot of. Oh, I'm not showing y'all this. This is what I'm looking at. I'm not just looking off into space. This is the I have the original image, and then some of them I don't really have to do much to, but some that's the original's a rectangle, so I have to crop it somehow. But here's our Kandinsky. Look at all these. Art purists would be outraged that I'm cropping these. How dare you? How dare you modify the original? I dare. I absolutely dare. Does it make your own abstract painting has to be a challenge for stream? Or playing Pictionary with chat along with listen to one of your first songs, critique it. Would you all have fun with that? Hearing me tear one of my tracks to shreds? Would you all want to hear? Would that be interesting? Me to find everything wrong with the song? Would that be an unlock? That's a good... I mean, I don't know if it's a constructive thing, but I mean, it is not a constructive thing, but for me to shred one of my songs, but well, so I mean, you learn from it. I mean, I could tear apart everything I've ever done on this show, you know. Okay, Muty's idea of I critique one of my songs, one of my improvs. You said I would watch that because I know how much it would make you cringe. Pictionary with chat. Oh man, I don't know. I'm really not a social game kind of guy. So that would be a challenge. I would be very uncomfortable doing that. That would be an abstract painting could be interesting too. Rose is a challenge stream planning chat. Yeah, I'll make a note. Make challenge stream Discord channel. Well, we're just hanging out at this point. I think, yeah. If anyone's wondering if there's gonna be another song, I think we're. It was. I mean, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, but we had those tech problems. But yeah, my little innovation. I don't know if I call it innovation, but it was my way of solving a problem. With the van build was so the original, which one was it? Oh wait, did I lose it? Did it get deleted? Oh no, that's right. Okay. The original idea was this sort of multi-level desk platform, where it could sort of, for shows, it would slide outside for the while it's still light out, right? It would be there, and I could stand, and then I would lift the keyboard and put it on this platform, slide it back into the van, and then finish the show like that. The problem was that this part right here was too low and was going to be obstructed by things, because I realized my electrical system needed to be taller than this would allow. So my compromise is instead what I'm going to do is I'm not going to have actually these, whoops. Oops, that's not it. Where's the other one? It's going to be like this so that it doesn't obstruct anything underneath here. So I'll pull it out, and I'm going to have a board, a pretty thick piece of plywood that I'll just put right here, and that allows me to actually have a lot more stuff under here the whole way back. So I'll be able to fit way more. Oh, was it a cheer? Oh, thank you so much, Madden. Thanks for the cheer. Thank you so much. How do I move those up? Oh, it doesn't matter. Rose says, don't forget to stretch, yeah. He says, couldn't you just use a hammock? The more I see the van, the more I think you could just hang up a hammock. That's what Etc wants me to do, I think, is get a hammock. It's not, the bed is not the problem. The problem is the desk, right? The desk is what controls the height of everything. The desk cannot be but I still need a horizontal for other things, right? I need the horizontals for the but like I was saying earlier in the stream, to start, I'm just going to build this part, right? I don't need the upper structure. I can just sleep on the floor and have boxes here. But, the purpose of the rest of the structure the beams are also providing the support for all this storage up here, and for this drawer, the instruments. Oh yeah, we still got to do our ending stuff. Yeah. Um, but yeah, I could theoretically put a hammock here, but I've I mean, I'm sure I've learned how to sleep on the floor, so I imagine I could learn how to sleep in a hammock, but I haven't particularly enjoyed hammocks in the past. So it'd have to be something I sort of learn to appreciate. But the advantage of having this sort of loft area to sleep in is I could potentially insulate the loft itself, right? And have a heavy duty cloth here, insulation all around, and then just heat there while I'm sleeping and save money, save electricity and diesel fuel by just heating that very, very small area. But yeah, let's get rid of all this. Yeah, I had miscalculated how much space I need for electrical. I'm actually thinking I might go with different batteries than I'd originally thought. Just I think I might want to go with higher quality batteries and fewer than the. But this would be the battery bank if I went with the higher quality but fewer. And this is sort of the electrical area for the electrical system. And then this would probably just be stored a variety of things. This might, water and whatever. So I could easily then remove this so I can access the electrical system. I mean, easy. I'm going to have to sort of go in underneath. The whole desk can slide out, but I'm going to have to go in underneath these primary supports. Underneath that. But Rose, I'm curious what the max burst weight would be. On the bed? Well, that if I get those massive, these 3-inch beams, I mean, a lot of people build bed frames using the 1.5-inch that go across the van. I've seen a lot of people do that successfully, and it's fine. But they're just using it as a bed, and it's two people, so whatever, two people is going to be at least 250 to 300 pounds, But I think most of them sleep this way, and so they're supported. They have more. Their weight is distributed across the length of the beam, whereas in my setup, whoops. In my setup, I'd be sleeping not directly on the beams, but on top of the beams, and all of my weight would be sort of more in the center. I mean, my weight is going to be distributed through these vertical bars, more into the center of it. So, but these bars are, much, much, much stronger than the 1.5-inch. So these would be fine. That's what I'd wanted to talk to my friend about, is whether he thought I could get away with 1.5-inch or if he thought 3-inch would be wiser. And his he agreed that the 1.5-inch was risky because of all this other stuff and because of the way I'm sleeping. Our show was live from Hot Failover. We just did 2 songs because I had 2 hours of tech problems. Well, it was not 2 hours of tech problems. It was I thought I wasn't able to do a show, so we hung out for an hour and a half, and then I solved the problem in 2 minutes. But we did get, it's a serviceable album. It's it's the length of a vinyl LP. All right, because we played 3 songs on the Glockenspiel, yeah. Stuart, thank yous. Superstar Mods Tubi, thank you, Tubi. We had support tonight from our good friend Madden is here. Thank you so much to Staffy. Thank you to Big Child. I also got a cheer from Madden. Thank you. Roses, will the Glock concert be added? No, absolutely not. But it'll be on the full show on YouTube. But it will not be on Bandcamp, no. No. 17 months for Rosen. I think what I'm going to do for the challenge stream is I'm not going to release it on Bandcamp unless we hit the goal. If we hit the full goal, I'll do it. But it's going to be a huge headache to put it on Bandcamp. It's going to be a lot of work. And a lot of the songs will probably be terrible. So, like if I'm going to do an official release where I'm singing with peanut butter in my mouth or something, it's got to pay for the rest of the van conversion. Okay, thank you to our lurkers and chatters. Let's do our shout out. These 13 names, either name or current tour name or venue name. One of our songs, I made a request to one of the songs. Blue WWD, Buster Douglas, The Box of Clowney Van, Character Station of Characters, Rosen, Chilsey, Hug Queen LD, I'm Only Big Child, Arm, Muty, Tyson, Iron, Muty, Tyson the Boxster, Jazzy's not a lover, not a fighter, Jazzy is a lover, not a fighter, Madden, Soul 5 Staff, Johnson the Boxer, Wow Soda. I couldn't even get through 13. Oh, thanks, Larry. How am I getting the graphics to show up? I'm just using. I didn't write the code. I just modified it. It's a JavaScript thing that somebody did to have the letters do that, and I just modified the code so that it could be custom every time. And I made a few other changes. Yeah, but thank you. But yeah, I'm only responsible for a tiny portion of it. Most of it's somebody else who coded it. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's raid. Okay. We're going to raid. I just never see. I think I've seen this instrument once before on Twitch. I think it's a Spanish channel, it looks like. So we're going to raid them, but this person's playing harp. So I want to support this harp player, but we might not be able to understand each other. We'll go support anyway. Rose, and just, yeah, ask on Discord. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's get this raid started. But thanks so much, everybody. Hope y'all have a wonderful whatever comes next. And that I'll see you on Tuesday. Hopefully no tech problems. Or Saturday. And hopefully by Tuesday I'll have started working on the van. Or at least by Wednesday. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'll see y'all. Okay, take care.